seat in every room. I'll sit by you.
Your experience.
Unfortunately, we have some audiovisual issues here AirPlay, but we'll try when he's trying to find out if he has HDMI to USB-C adapter, so we can try that for these demos. I'm in front of this guy. Try to put it this way, to kind of as much as you all can see, but apologize for that. And also, I see a lot of new faces today, so I hope you're all here for maybe the first time. So, so just give a brief intro to start with, and then we'll probably make some introductions, and then we can start. Okay. All right. So my name is Suman Pururi. I've been doing this meetup for about 5 years now in Capital Factory, and thankful for Capital Factory for giving us the space and the venue and all the support for us to have this meetup. And the original purpose of this meetup was like when I came to Austin back in 2014, 2015 timeframe, and I was trying to get into all this startup ecosystem, trying to plug myself into where I can find the most value, because I was trying to work on my own startup. And I went to almost every networking event, and also the startup events, and also all the tech events here. And I noticed that one of these events that I joined was kind of not being maintained. Someone else started this meetup originally, but they had like maybe 2 or 3 events in 2 years, and then that's it. And so they were trying to, because they were also busy, and they were not able to keep up this meetup, so I took it over, and this became a space for me to kind of get plugged into the ecosystem, not only for sharing what I know, but also for learning from others in this ecosystem, because I'm not the expert at all things, so I learn from a lot of the people that come here that share their experiences, their unique perspectives that they can offer, and learn from them as well. So that's what I'm hoping to continue. And over the last 5 years, it's been a fortunate journey for me. I found my first co-founder here, who came to my second event that I conducted. My first event only had like one person at the meetup, and that was also someone random passing by, and they saw, why are you in this room alone? And so they came in and they started some conversations. But my second meetup, there was like 10 more people, and that's when my first co-founder that came to my event, introduced himself, and then we had like a few follow-up, meetings, and then we started our journey. And then I hope over the last 5 years, some other people also found their co-founders, coming to this, not just my event, but events at Capital Factory in general. There's lots of great events that happen here. But over the years, I didn't start with a vision or a mission for this meetup. my general purpose was to kind of have a platform where I can meet other people in the community and also learn from them. But overall, through this journey, it's transformed into something where I wanted to have a platform or space for people to come here, share their ideas. A lot of people come to Austin. A lot of people move here, and are very new to this ecosystem, so they want to get plugged into this ecosystem, and also learn from others in this ecosystem as to what's working here. What's working in Silicon Valley may not work here. What's working in Boston or New York may not work here. Because Austin and Texas as a whole has a unique flavor to how they conduct businesses here, how the capital markets work here, and all those things. So the idea is that people can come here, share their unique perspectives, learn from others what's working and what's not working as well, so we can not make those same mistakes that others have already done and learn from, and also cut down our journey in the startup world, and try to get ahead of those mistakes, and not and also share our knowledge with others. Ultimately, we all want to see great companies come out of Austin and Texas ecosystem, and we are here to help each other and grow not just our own startups, but the whole ecosystem, and enrich the whole community. So that's basically what this meetup is all about. And we have a variety of events that we do here. The most important event probably in the calendar year would be the just before South by. We do a pre-South by Southwest showcase where we kind of like take a big room and kind of like give 10 or 15 startups from the group or from within the Cab Factory ecosystem some space where they can just take up tables and showcase their startups. So we do it right before South by. So this time I think South by is like 9th or 8th or 9th to the 20th, I believe. So we do it 1 week before because we're usually meeting the first Monday of every month. So we do it 1 week before, so that gives us a chance to get some exposure to early stage startups to kind of get in front of the crowd, kind of like the flag, the eyes of all the people that come here, and maybe even the media, hopefully, and get some word out there about their startups and things like that. So we try to do our best, and I typically send out the invitations. When I say invitation, the request for startups to come and participate in that usually 1 or 2 months in advance. So it'll be probably going out next week. So if you're interested, to look out for that email from me, and if you want to participate in that, let me know. And I mean, usually it'll only be like, because if we take this or the other bigger room, I mean, it's only like 10-15 startups that we can accommodate without disrupting the flow of the traffic here. So. So that, with that said, yeah, and the other kind of events we do is, like speaking events with subject matter experts. We have an startup attorney coming either next month or the month after, talking about legal basics for startups and patents and things like that. And then we have a marketing, operations expert coming to talk about business models and revenue models for startups the following month, and a marketing expert coming to talk about marketing and other aspects. So we have a few others lined up. I'm trying to still put down all those things into the schedule. It's been a slow time for Capital Factory because they're trying to accommodate all the startups, and just last week we knew which startups were getting which rooms and things like that. So I had to update things very late, so I apologize for that. And yeah, with that said, yeah, I think since there's a small enough crowd that we can go around the room and see who's who and what they're working on, we can maybe just go around the room and see, and just take a couple of a few seconds to introduce who you are, what you do, what are you expecting out of not this event, but not just this event, but in general, from the ecosystem or the community here, right? So I think maybe we can start from here and just come over here.
I'm Austin. I just joining this because I am trying to build a startup and I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm trying to get some mentorship, get some direction, and just meet a community of people that are going through the same stuff I'm going through.
Do you already have a startup, or are you?
Yeah. So I've been working on a product for about a year. It's kind of like a no-code web builder is what I'm trying to work on. I'm focusing on restaurants right now. We've got 5 paying customers, so I've got a little bit of traction, but not as much as I'd like for the time how much time I've put into it.
Awesome. And yeah, I think maybe we can talk after the event, and I may have some maybe some connections that I can maybe forward you to,
yeah.
Or something like that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Andrew, I have worked in startups before. I was actually here probably like 8 years ago with a company, Rig Up, here in town. It's called WorkRise. But I work at Stripe now, but I've been working on a side project that's also, I'm calling it Webflow for enterprise apps. So instead of Webflow being like a static page, maybe bringing products in dynamically, but can't really have like form interactivity or anything like that, adding that type of flavor in there. Not necessarily going for no code. The idea is it's kind of a compiler, so a designer would lay out the page, make it have all the interactions it needs, and then it will output JavaScript. Either like right now it's just going to React, but you would pick your framework, so you could be like, if I wanted to use Angular or whatever, it could put it out in that form. That's where the compiler aspect comes in, and then a back-end engineer would actually, if the designer says it needs this data, they'd be writing what data, actually serving that data, or if there's a form that's taking in an action, it would be processing that.
Awesome. Interesting.
So-
And do you have like a product that you already launched, or are you still working on it?
No. Well, I mean, WorkRise still exists. They're just down the road.
Okay.
But I left there in 2020 to go work at Stripe to kind of see what a startup of that size is like, and now I'm kind of like, okay, I'm gonna hop off and
No, I
start my
mean, the product that you're working
Oh,
on. Is
do I
that-
have a prototype? Yes.
Yeah, okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. And whenever you have, or not just you, but anyone here, I mean, whenever you have any product that you're launching, either beta or any other version of it that you want to just put it in front of the community, let me know, and I can just blast it out to the community, saying that, hey, so-and-so just launched a product, so check it out or something like that.
Awesome. Love it. Don't have a name though, so if you guys got name ideas, I'm all ears.
My name's Brett. I have a name. It's a company. I was launching a startup. Hopefully, pre-South by is sort of the goal to be able to get it. The goal is there's no good in-bed video training for apps for education. So think a DAP, a digital audit, that says, oh, do this, skip, and we all skip all of those tours because we don't want it, and then we come back and we try to figure it out. Well, we're laying a layer of videos that can be created on top of it, so you can on-demand turn it on or turn it off and have videos from the designer or from anyone in the community that actually teaches somebody to have it interactive. How do I do this in a step-by-step? Just like all of us have gone to YouTube and said, how do I change a tire, or how do I do this, and we pause it 16 times, that can be embedded in every software, because software's built by power users, right? They're like, I know what I'm doing, I've solved a problem, but then the gap is, how do I get basic users to know what I know? How do I close that confidence gap of both skill and willingness? And so video is a very easy way to do it, and so training layers will provide the video along with all of the engagement nudges, and then an analytics layer to be able to say, hey, here's the best way to get your users better at this particular thing and the return on that investment.
So is it targeting training departments and companies?
Well, so basically it'll be any, and for me, my ultimate, we're looking for eyeballs. We want to get on startups and websites, right? Because the Fortune 500s will build all these user guides, and they've got departments that can master it, which is great. No one uses it, but it's great. But we can get a lot of traction with people who have good stories, but they're like, how do I get somebody to know how to do this, and then to be able to build it that way? And so it can be sitting a little dot on any website, and then it can be when they have a new product launch, instead of having to go in and code or reorganize the website, they can literally just load the video, and then track, does that lead to this action? And we'll be able to track all of that lineage.
Awesome. And do you have your product already?
So we are probably 2 to 3 weeks away from having a very raw MVP, and then the goal is for South by to be able to have all of the video components. The rest of the industry stuff will be Q2, but we're really, because what I want to be able to do is I want to find 5 or 6 startups and be like, okay, what's the coolest thing that you have that's the hardest to understand? And in 4 minutes, have the CEO plug it in and tell a story, and then have someone come over and go, here, and if they can get conversion on that, then I think we can get some traction on it.
Awesome, yeah, that's great. Yeah.
So,
All right.
that's
And
that.
great job, Brad. Good.
Yeah, I'm JD. I work in network security. We're working on a minimum viable product for network monitoring, threat detection, and the likes. I'm here today just to meet people and see how it's like. I'm still in the very early stages of things.
Awesome. Do you have like a target persona that might be interested in what you're planning to build? I know you're interested in security aspect, right? So do you have like a particular target persona that you're thinking might use or benefit from your product?
Yeah, any enterprise that has critical data that they want to protect, has both external and internal threats.
Mhm.
And what we do is that we collect all the data from your Active Directory and your network interactions and everything essentially that we can get our hands on, and lay machine learning on top of it to try and predict, hey, this user usually never accesses this file and suddenly he's interested in it. Should he be accessing it in the first place? And stuff like
Awesome.
that.
That's great. I think you're probably looking at businesses or small, enterprises too for yours, right? So, yeah, it'll be an interesting product to kind of like sell to businesses, because when we are selling to businesses, one of the big problems is like finding the right decision makers and finding people in security who are typically not in the higher management folks.
Yep.
Trying to get the word through their ears to the real guys that manage them would be interesting from a sales perspective.
Yep.
I'd be interested in how you're going to go through that process. So yeah, do keep us updated whenever you get through the initial steps and get to the process of doing that.
Yeah, so security networking in general is very, very org specific.
Mm-hmm.
It even boils down to who is doing what. And so generalizing that is a little difficult. We're relying on Splunk as our data provider. So anybody who has Splunk installed in their data warehouse or wherever could be our potential client.
Awesome.
And that's where we start now.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you, Yuri. Yes, sir.
Hey everyone, my name is David, and I am not a creator, I am not in startup, I am not a founder, I'm actually a business advisor. So I work specifically with very small companies, maybe in the startup phase, maybe with a few employees and need a little bit of direction on where to go. So I work with those types of industries to really help them grow better, make more revenue, and essentially just be on the right path to grow at the rate that they'd like. In today's world, a lot of entrepreneurs struggle to grow because there's so many key components and factors that go into going from point A to point B to point C. And my job is to make sure that you guys are in line with compliance, having the most attractive benefits for your employees, having the most advanced technology for your payroll system, which essentially will allow you to not put so much focus on that, but what's more important, which is growing your business and generating more revenue. So that's why I'm here today, is just to see where you guys are at with your business, learn a little bit more about your journey, and see if there's anything that I can do to help you guys grow and get to that next step.
Awesome. Are there particular verticals in which your expertise lends more to that can benefit from your expertise?
Yeah, definitely. So software, technology are two big key components. Also a lot of manufacturing, just because there's a lot of compliance that goes into manufacturing. But the reason why I like working with technology and software is because, let's be honest guys, it's booming so fast in today's market, especially in Austin. I'm blinking and I'm seeing people double the size of their employees, and I'm also blinking and seeing people cut half of their employees at the same time. And there's a big question as to why that is. So I like to study those types of businesses in soft and tech to see what's going on, see what the market trends are, and see what we can do to make sure that you're growing at the rate that's appropriate for you, that you can handle and manage at the same time.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
No problem.
Awesome. Hi everyone, and thank you for putting this on. I'm very new to the startup scene. My name is Emmanuel. I'm a scientist by training. Studied biophysics for a long time, and then I did sales for the last couple of years for a medium-sized biotech, a medium-sized startup in the biotech industry. And now I would like to work on my own idea. I'm still at the very beginning, kind of evaluating how to really move forward. The problem that we'd like to solve is in the health space. So we see a big potential in preventing disease and also curing disease using lifestyle as an intervention. So I think it's something we're completely ignoring still, or almost completely ignoring. And when I say lifestyle, it's like a combination of all these things that everyone knows, like exercise, diet, stress management, sleep, and so on, right? There's a bunch of different vectors there. And what we're thinking of building is using AI and things like the most recent like Chat GPT capabilities that everyone probably played around with, using that to build a AI-powered health coach that can live on your phone, that is fed by a bunch of personalized data from you, and then can give you like feedback on your behavior, number one, and tell you actually what's best for you to do to live a healthy lifestyle, and then at the same time motivate you to do it. So really act like a coach, right? Yeah, so that's where I'm at. Still, yeah, very much in the idea phase. I spent some time in this last fall working with Antler, which is a VC company here in Austin.
Yeah.
They put on a residency, so I was part of that. So I spent some time talking to potential customers and doctors and did some interviews. So, but didn't go much beyond that so far. So yeah.
Awesome, yeah, that's a great idea. So, yeah, whenever you move forward with some of those things and have something to launch, let us know, and I mean, we all can try it out. I mean,
Yeah, thank you.
we all have phones, and I mean, that's, we sit a lot of time in our chairs and don't get up as much.
That's cool, I like that idea.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
awesome.
So hey guys, my name's Hayden, and by day, I'm a software engineer at a company here in Austin called Nutility.
Mhm.
So it's a fairly new company. We build a software platform for property managers or real estate owners that have hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of properties. We deal with all the utilities, like water, electric, all that stuff for all their properties. And then by night, I've been working on it for a few years now, a startup with a few of my friends. It's funny, cause like by day I'm working at utilities, and then by night it's a 3D websites for e-commerce companies. So almost like the cutting edge VR side of things, and then the ground like water, dirt, stuff like that side of things. Yeah, two opposite ends of the spectrum, but it is fun to switch it up. And so yeah, that startup, we essentially build, like when I say 3D, think like a video game, like a camera, a scene. We use 3JS, if any of y'all are technical in here with that. And we essentially build product configurators for e-commerce companies that mainly have like customizable products where you need to see what you're choosing. Like there's different colors, different components to a product, things like that, where 3D can actually really come in handy. So that startup's called Taste Test.
Taste test?
I have a question. Have you dabbled with metaverse?
In terms of, the metaverse has like, there's a lot of different meanings to that word these days. I feel like, so what do you mean? Like VR?
No, not VR. Well, whatever Facebook is selling. Like, how is that?
Yeah, like a Quest, like one of the headsets.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so that's kind of where, like I was telling some of these guys earlier, one of my friends started the company 4 or 5 years ago and was focused on VR. It was like right when the first Quest was released. There was a bunch of hype, and you can build a good business around the headsets, but it's very, like most of it's training technology. You needed like it was B2B. You had to get in with, I'm forgetting the name of the company right now, but they sold like 100,000 headsets to Walmart to train a bunch of their employees. So, they're a $100 million company or whatever, but it was a hard market to kind of get into because it was so new and sort of cutting edge. And so we kind of went the route of, let's take the same software that we think is going to be useful in the future. We think VR is going to be big, it's just going to take time. Let's build the software for that, the immersive tech, but put it on phones and laptops that everybody has, instead of trying to build it for the headset right now.
What do you think of a business model with your technology? I mean, it's high level for me.
Yeah.
But as an application, a marketplace like Amazon, but simulates an actual retail environment, but online.
Yeah, so like a store where.
Storefront. But
Yeah, so we've thought about that. Like, have y'all heard of Roblox?
yeah.
So like they have some of that stuff. We dabbled with the idea. It's just tough to get. You need a lot of traffic to sell space in that store. And so it's kind of the chicken and egg problem. Like, okay, well, we build this store, how are we gonna get a bunch of traffic to it to be able to sell?
No,
The
it's-
space.
I'm saying a marketplace as in like, somebody like who wants to sell something, instead
Yeah.
of going to Amazon Marketplace, comes to this site, spins it up, and they get a full-blown store, instead of like them going to Amazon with this boring web page, and then like a shopping cart and all
Yeah.
that. But inherently, conceptually, it's the same thing, shopping cart and everything, but the experience
Right, it's
is
3D.
enhanced for that person, but they literally like register and it spins up and it's like a store.
Yeah, so I guess it's a great idea. I think the challenge is there, how do you take everything has to be a 3D model for it to be immersive?
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have an idea for you. That's an awesome idea. So, the other day I was buying like basically a desk for my room, and I was able to look on Amazon like see what it would look like in my room.
Yeah, with
So I wonder
AR?
like and I wonder if you could download that and then put all of those different like for all the furniture into like a virtual store, and then just the way you can start is by taking the Amazon affiliate money, just by
Mhm. So yeah, the challenge with 3D is turning the products into a 3D model.
photo damage.
Yeah, photogrammetry is like what we've experimented with. So we have a licensing model, like we work specifically with clients. A lot of them have CADs of it's like the manufacturing files of the product. So we can take that and optimize it to make the 3D model that we can then put in the virtual environment. If you don't have that, it can be really tough. Like 3D modelers to get good ones is expensive. And with what we're doing, it has to be like customizable. You know, we're not just taking a product and like sticking it in an environment and it's just you see it. It's like we have a client it's called Mojo Desk, and they have a bunch of attachments. You can add monitors, you can add different things for like plug management and all that stuff. You can raise and lower the desk, so we have animations going. So it's more of we've taken kind of the high end, like custom environments. The environments are all branded to the client, because then we can spend the money on the modeling, which we haven't really figured out yet, how to just like take an image off of Amazon, for example, and make it into a 3D model.
I think
So I appreciate the ideas.
I think I recently saw it like the GPT-3.
Yeah.
It's able to do something. I mean, you should look into it.
There is, I forget what it's called. I have it on my list to try it.
Yeah.
There's one for 3D models.
I think in a few months it'll be coming out, the full version of it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah. Awesome. I think we can still come back and then I think there's some great ideas here. So again, I mean, this is not like hard and fast agenda for today. I mean, I just wanted to talk about the state of the art. I mean, the startup ecosystem and the challenges and all those things. So when we'll have plenty of time to again talk about some of these things as well. So let's first complete the intros and then we can come back.
I don't want to take all the time.
But yeah, thanks for sharing that idea.
Yeah.
Wonderful project that you're working on. So let us know if you have any updates. I'll be
Cool.
more than happy to share with the group. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'm really here to just meet people, by the way, not pitch the startup.
No, I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, we're all founders here, so pitching startups is what we do and what we want to do as well. Right? So no worries. So yes, sir.
Am I going next?
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't know to speak what my voice is a little messed up. I'm just interested in tech. I'm in a startup. I currently work for IBM as an engineer, as a front-end architect there. But I'm interested in joining or starting a startup with health and technology merging somewhere. Kind of like what you were saying. But yeah, with like more like coaching and then like all these aggregating a bunch of data that we have, like PubMed and all the other spaces, and then simplifying it to an average user somehow.
Awesome.
Yeah, but I don't know anything yet. So.
No worries. I mean, we all don't know anything about a lot of things, so don't
Right.
worry. We come here, we learn, and we grow.
Yeah,
Right? So
yes.
awesome. And I think maybe you have some potential
Top.
people to talk to. So feel free to come in. So yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Akash. I recently moved to Austin. It's been 2 years. I moved from Bay Area, so I'm a typical, very hardcore hardware engineer. I have a couple of ideas that I've been working on. I have a friend, like these guys have been growing up. We grew up together. We did masters together. We went ahead and she did an MBA. But we have been working on an idea. So our idea is based on an IoT device. It's basically for the electrical vehicles that we have right now. The technology, some of you might have heard, is called edge technology. It's basically how our processor will take information from the system, and instead of sending it to the cloud, will kind of process all the critical information and kind of use it. So right now we have a prototype on a system, but yeah, we have to, I mean, the standards for that implementation on an actual device is pretty expensive. For the very reason is because the US federal laws allow us to, do a lot of testing, a lot of QA, because they don't want people dead because of a bug in the hardware. They want to make sure that nobody dies. So yeah, we are in the process of that. I mean, again, I won't say us to be a company yet. We do have a solution, we do have a product. We work full time, so we are still kind of analyzing, should we leave our good paying jobs and start a startup and lose all the money and stop paying our mortgage and stuff. So we are still kind of evaluating that thing, but we do have a product. The other thing we are working on that kind of came out of interest, and we kind of made it, is like, was out of frustration. It was kind of makes sense here, is like, we have a solution where we were ordering food one day and online, and we kind of realized that, hey, this is so, sorry, use a bad word, fuck up, that we cannot see what we're ordering, right? Chipotle has all these images which they took, 20 years back, and we don't know what we see. But when we go to Chipotle, and what they call is an assembly-like operation, we can actually see what we're ordering, and we can say, hey, can you add more, less? Same with mod pizza and a lot of those similar things. So he wrote up some code, I did some image processing, and we came up with some smart iPhone and an iPad solution where the customer can actually, sitting at home, can see what it's cooking and what he wants and what he can do and everything, kind of pipelining the customers and stuff. So we have those two solutions. One is just out of, because we thought we can kind of disrupt the system and kind of make something out of it. And the other one is a serious solution, but it's kind of a long shot, meaning it will take some considerable amount of time and considerable amount of funding to be kind of actually see the road. So that's where we are. I'm here to meet more people. I'm pretty new here, so it's kind of great to meet new engineers and maybe, kind of come up with a product, or kind of take a help from one of you guys and kind of, get up to speed and kind of do it.
Awesome.
Yeah, my name is Akash, and it's great to meet you guys here. It's really good to see. Yeah.
So is your problem with the IoT Edge product compliance at this time? Trying to go through.
It's compliance. It's also funding, because to actually make it into chips, it's kind of a few $1 million.
Yeah.
So right now the market is not doing that great, and the people who are ready to fund that much amount want us like full time. They don't want us to make it like a part time and be like, hey, after 6 to 9 you work on this, and then. So they're saying, we are giving you, good amount of money, so we want you to full time, and that's what we're kind of thinking, that hey, should, I mean, we don't have any complaints with the current jobs, but yeah, we want to do this at some point of time, relatively soon, because the EV market is really coming up. I mean, if you see the TAM and everything, they are going like skyrocket, and yeah, I mean, and the product that we have is really efficient. It is kind of very economical also. We kind of have reduced it, I mean, not to use technical, but die size of the chip and stuff, and it's very efficient, and it kind of takes consideration a lot of critical information that currently is computed by cloud, but that kind of brings in the latency, so we kind of take care of that and we do it in the edge. And yeah, he's a battery expert, he kind of knows that. I'm more like a system design engineer, RTL experience. So that's where we are. So our kind of is with the commitment for the huge investment that's kind of is needed, and of course we will have to build a team to kind of get up to speed. So yeah, I mean I'm here to make networks, to connection, and to see where it goes.
Yeah, and if anyone here has connections to other people that in your networks that has experience or expertise with some of the things that he's working on, especially in the hardware side, and also maybe helping with grants or some kind of initiatives county initiatives or city initiatives or even federal initiatives that can help with some of these things, do feel free to connect
Yes,
Akash to
please,
them.
thank you, yeah,
Awesome.
that'd be awesome.
Yes, sir.
My name's Samuel.
And I'm Walter.
We're friends, and we started Terrytown Turf, and we install artificial grass all around Austin. But our bigger idea is we want to make being sustainable like easier in the home. So we just want to make it as easy as possible to make.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so our sort of end goal, big picture plan, is to have a residential sustainability company. And so essentially it would be like you come to us, we provide solar, home battery, turf, water reclamation, that sort of sense. And so it's like a one-stop shop of installers, so that you can sort of make your house sustainable.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And right now we're focusing kind of on finding crews to install the artificial grass and really scaling as fast as we can and like learning as much about sales as we can. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, we're definitely in the preliminary phases of things, but we're sort of using turf as our step into it so we can figure out the process so that big picture we can get turf, solar, et cetera, running on its own. So we're sort of overseeing the full thing of it. We're obviously super young, so we're here to try to find some sort of like-minded people in that sense.
Yeah.
It's hard to find at our age group, but it's good to
Yeah.
sort of branch out and meet new people.
Awesome. Yeah, that's
For
great.
extra credit?
What's that?
Is this for extra credit?
Yeah, if anyone has anyone in your networks that family, friends, any extended networks that wants to get some artificial grass and other things installed, and even if not, and if they're looking for any EV related solution where they want to install a Tesla battery pack or some other things like that, even though they don't probably have a solution at this time, they would still probably talk to customers and see what they want to. What are the expectations? Just to do some market research and things like that, right? So yeah, please feel free to connect them to people in your network, right?
I mean, at the very least, start with the ugly yellow grass that's in all the downtown parks.
Right.
This is like the least green friendly city I've ever seen.
Yeah.
If you could find a flower pot anywhere in the city, I'll pay you $5 right now. I've never seen one.
I didn't know anyone was looking.
Probably not.
Yeah, and if anyone knows anything about like how to hire great people and how to scale,
Yeah.
please talk to us.
I know there's one person who probably is willing to help. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How are you guys selling right now? I'm just curious. Are you going door to door or
So we're-
targeting developers?
We're doing a lot of SEO, a lot of sort of physical, so yeah, yard signs, door to door brochures, and that sort of aspect. Again,
Yeah.
we're finding suppliers, finding installers, so that's sort of again preliminary. We've got that, so we're working on sales right now. That's sort of our main focus is getting out there.
The way we're doing that is we're trying to build like top of mind awareness and then really come at people as many ways as we know, as many ways as we can think, and then really figure out like which way works the best, which way is the most effective, and really just run with that.
Right.
Yeah, we have a lot of strategies and ideas.
A lot of people for Lawn Starter, which is like the on-demand subscription
Yeah,
service for
great
anything, they're all here in Austin. So
Really?
I'll reach out to them.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thanks.
Awesome. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Sohail, and I have an AI startup in the aerospace industry. The solution is to minimize the cost of flight disruptions, which are delays and cancellations, and maximize the customer experience. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So you take an airplane, a flight, not an airplane, a flight. If it gets delayed, a percentage of that customers are going to misconnect. They are going to miss their next connection. So what happens is when that happens, the airline has to eat the cost, and it scales because of the true volume. So if you don't optimize that cost, because if you pick the wrong connection, when you could have paid $40, you ended up paying $100 for that itinerary. So with AI, what we do is we scan the entire network of what your network looks like, and including an alliance. Like for example, American and Alaska have an alliance, which means that like you could use an American airline customer, put them on an Alaskan airline if it is cheaper.
Gotcha.
So we minimize the cost, but with the balance of convenience, because sure, you found the right connection that saved you a lot of money as an airline, but at the same time, if that connection creates 3 hops for that customer, the customer's not coming back.
Right.
I mean, they'll be pissed off. So there's like this AI and this balance you have to achieve. It's like, okay, the cost is great, but what is the convenience? So it's a bunch of algorithms and everything that you have to write. So that's the solution. Also crew, like in an airline industry, fuel is the biggest cost for an airline. Fuel is the biggest cost. The second biggest cost is the crew, okay? And with the crew, you have balance because crew has hours mandated by government. Like after 100 hours or whatever it is, they are not available. But when an airline or when a flight gets delayed, means the crew is going to get delayed, which means it's going to be a network effect across, which means you can scan the network for crew scheduling and find the right crew at that at that spot to take off.
Awesome.
All that stuff. So save money on crew, save money on passengers. Like those are the 2 focus. Not fuel yet, because for fuel you need data from the cockpit.
Yeah.
As in tell the pilot how to fly the plane most efficiently, so you use less fuel. But that's version 3.0. I mean but the data's there. The data's there.
Yeah.
It's just that to process that and to like truly create that insight. I mean that's the holy grail. I'm not going for that. No. Passenger and crew. So in terms of numbers, at an industry level, like industry worldwide, airlines flush, it's called a flush, $25 billion a year.
Wow.
Okay? So our proposition is 33% of that if you sign up as an airline. And this industry is a domino, which means that like if say a Spanish airline signs up, means British Airways is looking. If this works here, British will buy it. So like the reference part. And then one optimizes, the margins are so low that the other has to. Like they're forced to.
Yeah. So do you already have a product in the market, or?
We are 2 weeks away from production.
Awesome. So are you working with an airline already, or?
No, that is the goal.
Okay.
I talked to 5 airlines at a conference, and they all loved it. I talked to, in fact, Alaska. This is funny, because I had no idea that Alaska and American are in alliance. So I do the demo right in front of the CTO, and it's for Alaska. So the data flows in, and then it was risky. I was like, okay, who cares? Let's just do it. If I cannot back it up, then why should I waste his time? So live, like I delete all the data, and it flows in, and then I show the results. And then these are all the airlines in Australia. I'm like, fuck. What is this? Like Alaska is Alaska, sorry, my bad language. But turns out it impressed them because they were like, no, these are American airlines, which means your data can process an alliance, and which means now you're looking at Star Alliance, because usually these airline reservation systems, they're silos. They don't talk to each other, even inside each other. Like Air Malaysia is 5 airlines, but they cannot talk to each other, you know? Like, even if it's the same company, the reservation systems and the data is, they don't talk to each other. But this would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
All
great.
the
At the
public?
data level.
Is the data public?
Yes.
The flight data?
Well, I mean, the flight data is, But the two key factors that are not, that you have to go integrate with the internal system is the itineraries and the cost. There's the itineraries and the cost, and the scheduling for crew.
I see.
Yeah.
So what data have you used to train the model?
Aviation, like flight data, like
Publicly available?
Past data?
yes, of course. Like there's like reams and reams of flight data. Flight data is public, so you can do aviation stack. We use aviation stack, but there's plenty of other providers. But
Okay.
that data is public. But I'm not going to go scrape Google sites. You know, no. I mean, it's $50. You're done. But so that is the real-time solution. The next version, which is not 2.0, it'll be 1.1 in like 3-4 months, is the predictive capability. As in, today, it'll give you like a map of what is going on in your network right now. What are the disruptions and what are the solutions? How can you act and how can you react? But the key thing with network operations, the term is network operations, is scheduling your flight routes and flight crew and everything based on 7 days, 8 days in advance. But you are guessing at that point. You're doing, okay, this is today, so based on that, my estimate is, this is how I can do it. Like, it is a manual process. But the predictive capability, based on learning from the past and what happened a year ago on this day, it'll say, on this 7th day, this is possible in your network. This much shit can hit the fan. So, you have the data. So based on that, you can do your scheduling on that insight, which is called insight.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I think, and you said like 2 months away from your production?
weeks.
Sorry, 2 weeks away?
Yeah.
Okay, so awesome. I'm great.
Yeah, I have a business deck, I have the website, everything is ready. We're looking to raise capital, but at the same time, we're looking to get customers also. So it's like apparel, like wherever. But I'll be honest, it is not all, hunky-dory, because you're selling to airlines.
Yeah.
And the sales cycle is brutal.
Yeah. It's
I
a
mean,
very,
you're
very
looking at
long
like
sales cycle.
9 months.
Yeah.
Hence, like a projection is like, so the serviceable market, like total market is 6,000 airlines, serviceable is about 3,000, and I'm like, to get to 3,000, I'll have to take 3 berths. So the goal is 35 airlines.
Yeah.
Like the top, like airlines are typically 3: regional, major, and national. Regional is like the budget, Southwest. Not Southwest. I don't know.
Like Ryanair?
Huh?
Ryanair kind of?
Ryanair, yes, Ryanair is the regional. National would be, Southwest is in the cusp, so let's call Southwest national. And then major is like Deltas and all those. So it's and the savings for each is like, varies on the fact. Like Southwest, for example, spends $148 million just on disruptions. So the goal is to tell them 33% you can put in your pocket, and then.
I know recently they've been hammered due to a lot of things, right? So,
Well, that's where I say that maybe I've got some.
So this is
other
the best time to
Yeah.
this is the
yeah,
best
good
time
timing.
to go to
But
Southwest.
if you, like the software that runs at Southwest is called the Sky Solver from GE. The same solver runs at Delta. But Delta dodged the bullet because they have a hub and spoke model and they can neutralize that. But Southwest is end to end. So when it hits, like you're done. You have no backup. With Delta, they're like, okay, just route them to the hub.
Yeah.
And then we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So that's why Delta dodged the bullet, Southwest didn't.
So what's your biggest challenge right now at this time? I know sales is one, but
Yes.
other than that?
My biggest challenge is, first off, raising capital. So targeting VCs. So I have been I'm targeting venture capitalists in the aerospace industry, and based on my research, the best way is to actually look at the portfolios, target the person and what they do and their skills, and it is perfectly all right to just send them your cover letter and your deck, but it has to be perfect. It cannot just be like haphazard. It has to be this entire story in 8 slides done. If they don't have the time, they get a lot of stuff. But the key is to truly read their portfolios, because you will go to a general partner and he's just basically just processing business. What is the expertise, right? So you have to truly read their profile. You have to see if they are the right fit, if you would get their attention. So that's it's a lot of research. So, but the thing is, I'm taking a tiered approach, as in focus on aerospace VCs, because what I'm talking about, you talk to a person downstairs, not downstairs, but on the street, at 6th Street, they're like, no, it'll be over their head, sir. But you talk to an aerospace person, they're like, oh, we've been trying to solve this for years. For example, at the conference I was in June, I talked to the network operation head of Viva Aerobus. It's a Mexican airline. I talked to him, and he was like, we have been trying to crack this since the 80s. I'm like, I have not cracked it. It's iterative. You see the demo, and you tell me. And I ran it, and he was like, okay, this is great. But the thing is, I think what happened in June, it was great. But then the whole Russia thing happened. And with the fuel costs just jacking up, which means that no new projects. No. We have to wear our shirt first.
That's one of the problems coming up, right? I mean, the economy is slowing down, and when there's effects. Yes, sir.
I just have a question about your assumption of the 25 billion.
It's not. It's actually market research.
No, but in the scenario you're running, it's one flight gets canceled, you find a new flight for them, right?
Yeah.
But in a lot of the scenarios by which flight, that works on a one-time basis, but you think about this beyond the 2 standard deviations of what happened over Christmas, right?
Yeah.
That's multiple airlines canceling all at the same time.
Yeah.
I assume those scenarios are where a lot of those costs come in, rather than the individual, one-off flight gets canceled.
No, so I use the example of one flight, but it's a software, so you scale it. So you can throw an entire airline network on it.
I'm wondering what percentage of the cancellation money actually happens in those extreme examples. The same thing of micro games, where 99% of the revenue comes from the top 1% of users. Of the total cancellation revenue, how much of that just happens on extreme days?
So, okay. Extreme days or non-extreme days do not truly matter. It's literally is there a cancellation or not? So if it's a $200 fare, which is average for a regional, they spend $40 if they have to find a replacement, average. But what we do is we find out, can that $40 be 33% of that $40? So we take a slice of that. But it is just scale, as in, and the thing is, you said airline to airline to airline. It doesn't work that way. It's airlines and airlines, they're silos in itself. In fact, conglomerate, the alliances are silos. 2 airlines, American and Alaska, they cannot even, an American cannot put someone on Alaska because they don't have the data, they don't have the confirmation, they don't have the cost structure. So
I wonder, because I haven't canceled on an American and put on, Delta put on a JetBlue, and those are 2 different alliances. And so, obviously there's a cost there, and that's a one-off thing.
Yeah, so Delta basically took it on the chin to keep you as a customer.
Right, so that's where you find the cheapest next available flight.
Yes.
But in a case where that Delta flight gets canceled, that American flight gets canceled, JetBlue gets canceled, like, that's what I'm wondering about.
I mean, if the entire world goes to shit, then.
And that's like the distribution of that, those dollars, like how much dollars on those disruption account for the total?
Well, you gotta keep in mind that days like that are rare, and that's where, you know, you do your best, okay? But I am talking about on a day-to-day basis, on a daily basis, at an industry level, the traffic of disruption is 20%. Like, yeah, it's 20% of the flights that are in the air is 20% of them will have a disruption. And usually disruption is not usually, weather is the biggest factor, but weather is not always shit all the time. It's usually, sorry my language, but I'm all fired up. Usually it is airport operations. It is usually airport operations, like the ticketing systems, the crew, they're like, is the flight on the gate, all that, like, an airline has to dock at a gate, and that gate is contested. Like, every airline wants that gate, and there are only that many gates, which means,
Yeah.
you see what I mean? Like, it's a scale thing. So,
Yeah, I
the
think-
gate thing, so it is airport operations that is usually the reason for a delay, and then
Mhm.
there is hardware.
Yeah.
So, like, if a mechanic says, we got a problem, we got a problem, but that is a cancellation, not a delay, that is a cancellation. But
Awesome.
weather, everybody thinks weather, it's weather. That is because it is sensationalism from the media. Like, one plane crashes, that you will hear about, 10 years. But how many car accidents do we have? Who talks about it? Because, like, you fall from the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a.
Let's not think about that.
I know some people.
I mean, there are more, like, there are more people who die in car accidents than a plane crash, but one plane crashes, you'll talk about it for 10 years. One car crashes, you'll talk about it for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I think, and I'm really excited for you to be launching it in the next 2 weeks. And anyone here that has connections to any VCs or any advisors or in the airline or aerospace industries, targeting aerospace industries, please connect Sohail to them.
And at this point, like, this is like the start of my journey, which means like I'm in practice mode, which means like even if like I'm not thinking like I need to close this round right now, I need to close, no. Easy
Yeah.
does it. I've got time, practice,
Yeah.
get perfect, practice, which means get me in front of someone, they don't have to invest. In fact, do not say that they have to invest. In that way, they're like, relax,
Yeah.
Chill.
Yeah,
Stop.
getting that warm introductions and just maintaining the relationship.
Yeah,
right?
like
So
just knowledge
Awesome.
share. So
Awesome.
I'm not in any hurry per se, but
yeah, thanks for
just building slow.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and we'd love to see any updates that you have. So
Yeah.
please do share with us.
And I really want to learn more about Capital Factory and
Mhm.
how I can help the resources and how we can work mutually. Like,
I mean, I'm not
issues.
from Capital Factory, but I'll share some some things about Capital Factory as well, because I've been coming here for a long time, so I'll definitely share some things as we go.
I'll just say I'm in training mode. I'm like, I don't know if you watch cricket or not, but
Mhm.
like, it's Ranji Trophy. It's not international cricket yet.
Awesome. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's Jonathan, I'm retired law enforcement, and my idea here was, it's just an idea right now, but it's for providing drones for police and fire, just, the small drones, not the large ones. Basically, my idea is to, it'd be training and support for police departments that wanna use drones for like evidence or accident reconstruction on, like a traffic accident, a large one. and also for fire departments, because we have drones that have the thermal imaging and heat-seeking kind of things that they can use to, you know, during on a scene where they can figure out if it's a large building, well, where is this fire at, or inside of it, so sometimes they can't tell.
Awesome.
So that's been my idea. I'm trying to solve, the problem is, just trying to get police departments and to adapt new technology. And that's really a big problem, to be honest with you, in public safety, because my old department, for example, we didn't even have, we did handwritten reports until 2009.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not kidding, it took them forever. I mean, can you believe that? I'm not kidding, it's like you have a piece of paper with little bubbles that you fill in and you handwrite it up to 2009, and anyway, it just took them, it took them a long time to adapt new things, and that's the problem I'm trying to solve with that. So, you know, anything like that that can help public safety. And the other thing too is, you know, I'm a capital factory because I don't really know much about apps and things like that. I'm sure we're gonna have to go into that kind of thing to, you know, because every police department will have its own evidence system or record system and all that, so you're gonna have to
Just
write apps for that, so.
A thought on that, because I had a thought about, like, I backcountry ski,
Oh, yeah?
and it can be dangerous, right? And like, sometimes they have to send out search and rescue because they can't find the skier and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I've thought about like using drones to help facilitate
Yeah.
that. But just from like, the only reason I'm bringing that up is, like, you know, if it's hard to get into police departments and fire departments and stuff like that, maybe find other like services that might be able to adapt drones,
Mhm.
and then if you can find it with like something like a ski patrol, then they could potentially
search.
you know, like
Yeah,
and they're
search
using
and
it for,
rescue, yeah.
if they're already using it for that, then it might be a little more enticing for like a police department or like.
Yeah, because that can cover a lot of ground. I mean, some police departments don't have enough money for helicopters, you know,
Yeah.
things like that. It's pricey. So, yeah, that's a good idea.
And also, I think police departments work a lot with the insurance companies too. Whenever there's like you know an accident or crash or things like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know USA, I had a chance to you know, present our product a few years back to USAA. We went to the headquarters there, and they were showing like the startups that they were investing in and kind of things. And they had one startup which was doing using drones to kind of like they're using it for you know, natural disasters and calamities,
Right,
like
yeah.
you know, for all those things to predict you know, where you know the area that the next say
Yeah.
cyclone or you know, hurricane or tornado would impact, and how much of it is going to cost them as an insurer to do all that stuff. But as an extension to that, because they work a lot on the at least auto insurance side, where they work with a lot of crashes and all that data,
Mhm.
and pass on that information, and also get some information from the DMVs and police departments. Maybe
Okay.
there's a chance you could work with some of the insurance companies
Yeah, that's true.
to
yeah.
also maybe get the technology from them to the police departments. I don't know
Okay.
if that's a.
Yeah, that could be, that's big, and, you know, like disasters, I mean, or another thing too, you know, like you mentioned, hurricane or something like that, big, huge application for that, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Could use that.
So what you're suggesting is like a platform play versus an app play?
Not just a platform. I mean, there's multiple plays there, right? I mean, you can one thing is you can provide you know, customized drones or customized you know I mean, because anyone can buy a drone and use for a recreational purpose, but what you're trying to do is like customizing that for a particular use case, which is either for the police departments or some other use case. So if you can provide some customized solutions, you can provide you can have like a revenue coming from the reselling of the drones. You can have revenue coming from the services that you offer for those customized solutions, in addition to the you know, platform or the app that you're building.
Yeah.
So you have like multiple streams of revenue coming in, right? So maybe that's an
Okay, yeah,
option.
that's a good idea, yeah, I like that, I mean, that's why I'm here, because it's just, you know, I worked in public safety for a long time, I've never
Mhm.
started my own business, so I need to learn, pick up on these things, so.
And I mean, yeah, people here also will have some great ideas. Yes, sir.
I was just thinking, I met a guy once who was using similar capabilities, what you just described,
Yeah,
with thermal imaging, for scanning houses to figure out how good is the insulation and where the heat
Oh, yeah.
and cold
Yeah.
leaks.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of applications with that, that's, yeah,
So,
that's cool, that's cool.
Awesome. Do you want to quickly go and maybe share some, I mean, basically we're just doing like a, what we.
A little round table.
Yeah, round
I know
table
I
kind
came
of
in
thing.
halfway, so I didn't know if I.
No worries.
Still go. I'm Colin. I'm here just exploring two concepts. One is a fintech play that leverages consumer zero-party data to essentially combat signal degradation and ATT, if you're familiar with digital marketing, so that publishers such as Meta, Snap, etc. can still acquire customers for the various brands that advertise with them at the same rate that they did pre any privacy changes. That's one. And then secondly, the other one is it's a death play, and so death tech is the name. It's not as sexy, but essentially we're trying to recreate virtual obituaries and the entire process of creating like a virtual art gallery of a person's life in the same way that iPhotos does for like the memories function.
Awesome. I know there's a couple of companies in Austin that are kind of doing like, when you say death tech, I mean, it sounds a little, ominous, but then I know there's a lot of interesting applications getting built in that space, because I mean a lot of people are using tech here, and one of the top questions a lot of people get is like, what happens if, I mean, to all my data that I stored, or the subscriptions I had, the things that I had passwords and other things for, what happens to all those things? I mean, does my family get a chance to get access to those? Does my data get just lost in the cloud, or does my subscriptions get canceled, or does my family get the brunt of the late fees and overages and all those things, ramping up on all those things, right? So I know a couple of companies, and even in the physical space, I think there's one company I heard which is doing wildly kind of different, not in tech, but they're using the ashes of the loved ones to create diamonds or something like that, or some articles and things like that. So which is in a way to kind of keep those people in the memory. I mean, just seeing something, but I mean, I think that's been featured quite a lot. I think it's an Austin company. I'm not completely sure. It is.
There's a couple of like death tech-ish related companies, whether it's something that's a little bit more on the physical side like that, or even what I call like the TurboTax for death.
Yeah.
Like how to get a certificate of death, like things that people aren't familiar with.
Yeah. And also like estate planning kind of thing, taking it to the other side where once someone passes, and then how does that get taken care of and all those things too, right? So I know a few companies in Austin trying to do that too. But awesome, yeah. I mean, do you have like any product out already or still in market?
Yeah, so on the death tech side, we have a prototype, and I'm testing it right now at retirement homes and people with terminal illnesses. And so we're getting a lot of feedback from them, and once we have that, we'll obviously go to the next steps. And then on the fintech play, we're finalizing like privacy agreements with Snap and Roku.
Awesome, yeah, that's great. All right, so do you want to just? I mean, we're just doing a roundtable, just trying to say who we are and what we do. That's it.
Can you go last? Come in last?
Yeah, I mean, you're the last actually.
I'm doing well. I'm working on a long-range wireless mesh network. Home automation, IoT, those right on low pan 6, but with Zigbee, Z-Wave, pretty much the shortwave works for inside the home. Working on a network that goes longer than that, up to a mile. So we're gonna expand automation beyond the home.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Yeah. So we control pretty much everything inside and outside the home. And looking for mechanical engineers. And one here who's a mechanical engineer. project coming up, and wanna make some, plastic enclosures. So
Oh, you're looking for a mechanical engineer?
Yeah,
Okay.
and mechanical engineer who does that, and let me know.
Awesome. Yeah, if anyone has any mechanical engineers in your networks, you know the right person to connect them to. Awesome. And do you have something in the market, or you
Yeah,
still?
we have, we have prototype, the software, we building the app and everything. We're using off-the-shelf plastic parts right now, so we wanna make it pretty, that's what I'm looking for, someone to design parts for us.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Anyone is interested in the technology?
Oh yeah, I mean, there might be some people that want to partner with you in some of the technology and things like that. Yeah, feel free to introduce or talk to. What's his name?
Zui.
Zui. Oh, okay. Yeah. Please connect with Zui and have some. I think there's a lot of people in our network that we probably haven't spoken to, and maybe we have on LinkedIn and things like that. Maybe we can just put them a message, and if they're looking for something, I know in this economy, I know that a lot of layoffs are happening and things like that. So maybe some people out there might want to just want to help some other startups here and slowly ease into that startup role, and also contribute to some great ideas out there, right? So. All right. Yeah, I think there's a wide range of startups that we have in the room. I mean, there's web-based startups here. We have death tech and fintech there, and then we also have automation, home automation kind of things, and we have some really physical infrastructure-related items here, and then aerospace, and then drones. So we have a wide range of startups here, security, IT security, and I forgot your health and wellness app, right? So that one. So great startups out here. So I think one thing is like if y'all need anything in the network that I can share, feel free to ping me, and I can see if there's anyone in my network that can that I can introduce you to. And,
what are you working?
I'm sorry?
What are you?
Oh, me? Okay. I think, that's a good point because I haven't told about it. So, the startup that I'm working on is called Social Mining AI. So basically what we do is we have the 4 different product lines. One product line is where we ingest a lot of social conversational data from a lot of places. It could be online forums, it could be, Facebook groups, Twitter, any platform that has conversational data. It could be internal conversational data, inside enterprises as well. And we look at that data and we try to find intents, what that conversation is talking about. For example, if we look at public conversational data, when we work with, say, businesses like auto dealers, we look at, are any of these conversations talking about buying or selling cars? We then showcase, hey, there's a person on Bimmer Post forum that's just put a post out there saying that he's looking for a new 2023 BMW X5, for example, and we connect it to the dealer, where the dealer can then see whether that's a good lead to follow up on and buy or sell a car. Or last year, what happened was with all the chip shortages and all those things, a lot of dealers were not trying to sell cars. They were actually trying to get cars to sell, because they were not getting cars from China or other places, because there's no chips and no way to make cars. So they were trying to acquire cars from the customers, and you've famously probably heard about Carvana just giving thousands and thousands of dollars for really old cars without even looking at them, and now they're on the brink of bankruptcy period, probably, I don't know. But such was the market at that time. So at that time, we were trying to help businesses like, say, auto dealers look at conversations out there, and also look at public classified sites and see where people are selling cars, and especially private parties selling cars, and connecting them to the dealers in the area, because the dealers wanted to buy those cars. So that's one product line we have, where we apply machine learning to understand the intent of what's being talked about, and connect businesses to those particular conversations. Or even if if it's internal conversations within the enterprise, connect the right teams to those conversations to take actions on them. And then the other product line we have is a engagements, what we call, basically text-based engagement. So we have a system where we connect to the CRMs and databases within enterprises and pull the existing leads, appointments, and all that data, and see which lead or customer needs to be informed about an upcoming appointment, and offer them an easy text-based solution to kind of like reschedule or set up a new appointment without even talking to the dealer's representatives, because a lot of time the dealer's BDC team or the sales, the internet sales team usually handles all these things, but we're trying to automate a lot of those processes so they can focus on selling cars or doing much better things than just answering the phone and saying, I want to move my appointment to 10:30 on Tuesday, which is something which we can easily automate. So we have deep integrations with some of the largest dealer or automotive CRM solutions out there that we work with, so we can get directly data from those platforms and automate a lot of these conversational or engagements to the customers, and also provide some responses to people, especially when say a lot of these dealers get leads from OEMs like Toyota or Ford and people like that, or even Auto Trader or Cars.com and all these places at 2 o'clock in the morning that someone submitted a form looking for a car, and there's no one at the dealership to answer. So we automate a response saying, thanks for submitting this inquiry. We have these cars in the inventory. Which one are you interested in? Or kind of like following up on that. So we're trying to now take that to the next level, or the next version, basically to apply some of the AI and NLP related automations, so we can respond to them effectively by looking at the internal inventory and all those things. So those are the two major product lines. I mean, we also have some competitive product lines too, say Podium or other platforms as well, where we aggregate the reviews of all the from all the review sites for the business, and letting them respond to those reviews through a dashboard, and also performing some analytics on the reviews and things like that to see which salesperson is doing better and who's doing worse, and then also what are the complaints people have on and on, things like that. So we have another product line which we are still developing, which we'll make it public in the next few days or few weeks, basically whenever we're ready. So that's basically what we do. It's called Social Mining AI, and we've been in business for probably 18, 19 months now. I mean, there was a prior version of the same kind of startup, or one of the product lines I was developing at a previous startup as a founder, and the new company acquired it, and then kind of I'm continuing as part of the new company called Social Mining AI. So yeah, that's what I do, and yeah, I mean, wonderful having all of you. Let me see. Time is it? 7:37. So we have a few more minutes. So what I'll just quickly go through is a few slides of. I don't have the TV to share, but I'll just talk about these things. So so South by Southwest, I know a lot of people are maybe looking forward to that. That's coming up. So I think they have passed 1 or 2 deadlines of their discounted ticket. So there's probably one more deadline for a discounted ticket. I'll send it out in the newsletter, but in the maybe coming weeks, once that deadline passes, I mean, the tickets will be full price. And also, actually, the pitch competition deadlines have closed for the applications, but that's one of the big events coming up. And for people that are new to Austin, there's a lot of accelerators in town. Different styles of accelerators that you want to. I mean, if you want to join them, there's equity-free accelerators that take equity. I mean, that do not take equity in your company, and there's also regular accelerators that take like usually 6 to 7% of your company for in return for some amount and things like that. So there's
Just on that, because I'm curious. So like the ones that don't take equity, they just take like a flat fee or like some sort of service fee, and that's how they make their money, or?
So there's an accelerator called Mass Challenge, which started in Boston, but has 2 chapters in Texas, one in Austin and one in Houston now. So they are a nonprofit. So they kind of have like a fund that they generate, and then at the end of, it's a free program. They probably take the only cost they have is for the application cost. When you apply, they charge, I don't know, maybe $100 or $80 or something like that. But even that, they have a discounted price until some date before the application closes. So, you even have like a chance to apply for a much cheaper price. But beyond that application cost, they don't charge anything. So we went through the program in the previous startup, and we got a 6 months free office space in WeWork downtown Austin. We got like AWS and Google Cloud credits, and all these usual perks that you get through an accelerator. And there was 80 companies. They don't have a particular focus area on which vertical they are part of, that a startup has to be part of. So there were like 80 companies, and then basically all these 80 companies were looking at getting selected as one of the 8 finalists, for which $500,000 prize money would be shared. So the top startup will get like $100,000. The next runner-up basically will get like $50,000. The next 2 will get $25,000 each, and things like that. So
cool.
So basically, it's a completely equity-free program. And then there's
What's the name of that?
Mass Challenge.
Mass Challenge?
Yeah, Mass Challenge. And there's also other equity-free programs like, say, for example, Oracle Startup Accelerator. But with that, the condition there is Oracle wants you to build or have something that enhances their portfolio and helps their customers do things better using Oracle products, right? So basically for enterprise things. Otherwise, there's like Techstars and other well-known accelerator programs here. There's Austin Technology Incubator, which is also equity free, that is run by the University of Austin ecosystem. So for them, it is more like having their graduates be part of the startup programs or startups as soon as possible, and helping startups and gain that exposure, working with startups. So that's their thing. They have like 2 different programs. There's one, Austin Technology Incubator, and there's also, I think, John Burley Texas Venture Labs. So that's another program.
So you have to be like a UT Austin alumni for that?
No, you don't need to be. So there's one for the UT Austin students as well. I think it's called Longhorn Startups, which is only exclusively for the UT Austin students. But then ATI and the JBTVL, the Texas Venture Labs, what they call, those are free for everyone. And with the Texas Venture Labs, their main focus is like they put some of their MBA students and the master's students into some of these some of these startups that they take on. So you can, as a startup, the advantage is you get like an MBA or a PhD or master's student, a student or students working for your startup, doing basically free market research or something like that, or whatever you put them onto doing. So for a startup, that's advantageous from that perspective, and for the UT Austin, I think it's more for their students to get exposure to the industry before they graduate and things like that, and try to get as much skill doing that. And then there's also Bunker Labs for veterans. If there's any Army veterans, there's Bunker Labs that focuses just for that demographic. And there's also, International Accelerator for International Founders, and Sputnik ATX is kind of a quasi-accelerator program, quasi-venture capital program, where they typically take on companies that they want to invest in. So they're typically looking for high growth startups, and they once they take in that startup, it means that they are interested in funding them after that cycle is done. So after that acceleration program is done, like 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is. So, and then there's also early stage programs as well, like incubators. Founder Institute is one. Founder Institute has a lot of chapters around the world, and Austin also they have one. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot more that have set shop in Austin in the last few years, so you can easily find them in a quick Google search. Or and if you want to meet and talk to some of those people that run these accelerator programs or incubator programs, if I have them in my network, I'm more than happy to connect. So drop me a line, and I was actually planning to have like a reverse accelerator pitch kind of thing. We'll see if that materializes in the next 1 or 2 months, and I can do that. Where you can meet with those people.
So when you say drop you a line,
yeah, you can either put a note on LinkedIn, or maybe you can send it to my email. I'll share my email at the end of this event. And then there's a lot of angels and syndicates as well. There's Active Capital in San Antonio, Geekdom Fund in San Antonio. Here we have Quake Capital, Live Oak Partners. CTAN is Central Texas Angel Network. They are kind of like a angel syndicate. There's CTAN, and then there's also Alamo Angels in San Antonio. Some of these you can actually look up in Google their websites, and you'll find links to office hours, so you can easily book office hours and talk to those people. And I would highly suggest, even if you're not looking for investment, just to grow your network, because the people that run these venture funds and angel syndicates, they tend to have a lot of industry connections because of trying to help their startups, or the startups that they invest in, get more customers and things like that. They have a lot of industry exposure and also connections. So do feel free to book office hours with them, or meet with them at some of the events in town, and start those connections, so they can, even if you're not looking for money, those relations will definitely help in expanding your network. So and then there's also like a lot of resources like AngelList and F6S, those websites many people know, where a lot of startups have information put in there. There's also a couple of Facebook groups. One is Austin Digital Jobs, and then Austin Tech Volunteers. Those two are Facebook groups where you can find digital initiatives, jobs and things like that as well. And Austin Startups is also a big Facebook group that you can find a lot of people in this community that you can go to and ask questions and get connected and find answers to. And then there's for people that want to pitch their startups. I mean, we typically don't do pitching events much. I mean, we just do that one pre-South by Southwest pitching event. But if you want to do pitches, there's a meetup that focuses primarily on that called TechMap Co-Founders Meetup. It happens, I think, every Tuesday or every second Tuesday or something like that in Capital Factory. So you can find that meetup, and every month they invite like 4 or 5 startups to come and pitch. So you can get a lot of exposure to other founders and other people. And usually a lot of people attend those events as well, so we can get your network as well. And then for those people that know about Y Combinator, Y Combinator runs an online program, a free online program called Startup School. You can find more information on startupschool.org. And basically, it's a free program where you can put your startup in there, information about your startup in there, and track the progress of your startup through 10 weeks or 12 weeks or something like that. But the advantage is, by being part of the program and being part of that Y Combinator's forums and discussion groups and all those things, you have access to a lot of people around the globe that are part of those programs that have put their information in there. They also run a pretty widely recognized as one of the best accelerator programs, which are hard to get into, but then recently, I think last year, they've before last year, they used to take 7% equity in your company for 125 or 150 K, and last year they've.
Valuation they will do 150.
I'm sorry?
At any valuation they will do like 150 to 7%.
Yeah, so any company that they take in, regardless of whether it's a company that has a product or it's just a company with a idea on a napkin,
Right.
they
But
still
for any evaluation they will give you 150K for 7%.
150K for 7%. It was their earlier standard, and a lot of other accelerator companies that came into being after Y Combinator also followed the same model. But last year because Y Combinator has graduated companies like Uber and some of the biggest companies,
Yeah.
startups known, they have increased that to I think 500,000 or something like that. So I don't know if they're still doing 7% though. That's something that I'm not completely familiar yet. But they've announced that they've increased that amount, the initial amount, seed amount that they're going to give to companies, to 500,000. So which is a big deal for a lot of companies. But one good thing about Y Combinator is, if you get into the program, there are people that I know that have gotten into that program without any product, without a single line of code or any prototype. I mean, they just when they pitch their product, pitch their idea, and then all they look at is the drive of the founders, the team, kind of like a various personality-related stuff, and also they go by intuition as well. I mean, some of them go by intuition too. So, but yeah, startupschool.org. Once you put your progress in there, that can also help your application for future, Y Combinator, accelerator programs as well. So that's another thing too. And then likewise, local meetups and for forums and things like that. There's Hacker News, which is a forum that Y Combinator runs, and also Indie Hackers, another site where a lot of independent startup founders kind of try to start their side projects and things like that, and have a lot of discussions going on and share a lot of the traction, the revenue, and all those things. With that said, I know we are pretty close to 8 o'clock, but I'll just do a quick roundup of some of the notes I made from the ecosystem, the state of the Austin ecosystem. So,
do you? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I know you went through a bunch of very
Yeah.
interesting resources. Would
I'll
you
share
your slide?
Yeah, I'll share the slide deck on both the meetup.com in the comments as well, and also I'll send it out in the newsletter. So if you're already joined the Meetup group on meetup.com, you'll get that newsletter.
Meetup group for startup.
Austin Startup.
Austin Startup.
Meetup.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And so just a bunch of some quick figures. In 2022, Austin-based startups raised about $5 billion in investment, compared to $5.4 billion in 2021. So there's a slight, slowdown happening there in the investment climate. So if anyone is trying to, and I've also spoken to a few other VCs and about the climate going into 2023, and a lot of VCs have suggested that the valuations, the honeymoon phase of the valuations are coming down. And it's almost going away, and a lot of valuations are now coming down to metrics and the actual sales figures, revenue, and all those things, the hard numbers, rather than all the gut feeling and all the perception-based metrics that used to drive a lot of valuations in the past. So that's one thing they've cautioned about. Going into 2023 and beyond, which is like the valuations are going to be more realistic than the hype. The hype cycle that we went through. So
when you say sales numbers and stuff, you mean like projected sales numbers, right?
Yeah, depending on what kind of startup it is. If it is a B2B startup, it could as well be like letter of intents, the contracts that you've signed up, because there should be some way of assessing that, right? So quantifying that.
But you don't actually have to have
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's
For an
in the
early
end.
stage, So for an early stage startup that is just launching, yeah, I mean, it's hard for a startup like that to say, I mean, these are going to be my sales metrics, right? Especially for a startup that requires initial investment, I mean, like front up investment, rather than for a lot of software startups, it's like which are not in a B2B space, for example, the valuations could be based on how many, say, users are you gaining, how many customers are you signing up, and things like that. But for hardware startups and also for health tech startups and for startups that require front up investment, it's hard for them to project those numbers without having that investment in place, right? So for those, the numbers will be, I mean, the decisions will be taken a little differently, which I'm not very familiar with, because I'm more like the software B2B SaaS model plus consumer internet model, which I'm more familiar with, which I can say that if you're building a social networking app, the investors will look at month over month and your increase in your customer base and daily active users, monthly active users, and so on. Those kind of metrics, the standard metrics, right? Those kind of things. So, yeah, I mean, as you can see, I mean, in this graph, it's been steadily increasing the amount of investment in Austin tech-based startups until last year, and the first drop was last year. And some of the biggest companies that raised, or some of the companies that raised the most in 2022 were the Boring Company, I mean, Elon Musk's Boring Company. There's Wheel, there's also Flash, EnergyX, Jasper AI, some people may have heard about that here. Spark Cognition has been a long-standing Austin startup. Card.com and Icon. And some of the companies that became unicorns based on evaluations in 2022, I mean, Austin-based companies I'm talking about. Jasper AI, Wheel, Flash Parking, Spark Cognition, NutraVolt, and things like that. So this all this data you can find out on Austin's Chamber of Commerce as well, their site. And then the startup sectors that received the most funding in Austin-based startups in 2022. Interestingly, transportation was the sector that received most funding, the startups in the transportation sector, close to $1.1 billion. And then the next one is real estate tech, which is also close to $1 billion of funding. And the next one is health tech. And again, health tech requires a lot of initial funding to get started. So, and then Austin is also getting a lot of health tech startups these days, and so it's a booming space. Energy is another, the fourth biggest sector that received funding, and then fintech, close to $500 million there for energy and fintech. And then there's marketing tech, media, security, robotics, and sports techs, which got the other next biggest things. And then compared to the last 5 years, I mean, with the percentage of VC money that went into all these sectors that we just talked about, like this health tech, property tech, fintech, and all these things. They're all doing great in Austin. A lot of VC money compared to other sectors have gone into these, health tech and property tech and fintech and transportation. And compared to the US average, I think property tech, Austin saw a lot of more investment than other places in the rest of the US. Other sectors are pretty much in line with the rest of the US. So if you're building a property tech startup, maybe this is a great place to be in. So total valuation of Austin-based startups, for the last 5 years, I think in 2017 it was about $50 billion of all the valuation of all the startups here in Austin, basically tech-based startups in Austin. And in 2022, it went up to $128 billion, excluding Tesla. If we include Tesla, which moved its headquarters here I think December 2021. It's about half a trillion, I think, yeah, $490 billion or whatever. But excluding Tesla, it's $1.8 billion. So a lot of growth here in Austin in the last 5 years. And some of the incubators and accelerator programs that contributed a lot of funding for their startups. There is Techstars. I mean, obviously Techstars has not just Austin, but a lot of other chapters too. So obviously it has a lot of funding rounds that happen for its startups. But then Cattle Factory had like about 17 actually, 17 startups that it had basically funding rounds in. And then there's Mass Challenge, and there's about 15 startups that came out of Mass Challenge. There's NewChip. NewChip is an online accelerator program that's based in Austin, but it's an online program, so anyone can join. But again, I think NewChip has like instead of taking a piece of your company, they charge you like a tutoring based kind of situation where you pay for the program and not for the a flat fee for the program and not for from your equity and things like that. So NewChip, some of those startups that went through NewChip program, like 10 got funded last year, and there's Notely Ventures, Draper, Startup House, then there's Army Applications Laboratory. I think Army Applications Laboratory, I don't know if it's in Cattle Factory or somewhere else. I mean, I know Cattle Factory has a pretty big Army Command kind of tech initiative here in, I think, 5th floor. And then there's Quick Cattle also in there. Those are the programs, the accelerator programs and other things that we just talked about. Now coming to the venture capital firms, private equity, family offices, angel syndicates and all those things. Leading the pack is Antler. I know you were part of Antler, right? Or you were part of Antler, no? Someone was, you were part of it.
residency with them.
Oh, okay. So Antler had the most number of rounds for funding, and then Techstars obviously next, and then 8VC and a few other, it's hard to read here, but anyway. And Cattle Factory and others are also part of it. Yeah, quite a few Austin-based venture capital firms and other investment firms did invest in all of these. So that's a good sign. And then going into the 2023, as I said, there's the there's a recessionary outlook, and a lot of people are predicting some people are predicting a hard recession, some are predicting a soft recession, but nevertheless, people are expecting the economy to slow down. So that's a major challenge for a lot of startups, especially early stage startups, because that could sound the death knell for any early stage startup to even get into the market, right? So at this time. And then there's the capital crunch coming. A lot of VCs are scaling down their allocations for this year. A lot of VCs are reevaluating the valuations that they're assigning to startups and things like that. And Crunchbase says that in Q4 2022, for all stages, early stage, late stage, seed, pre-seed, and all stages combined, the investor, it's almost like 63% drop. So you can see that the capital allocation is seeing a slowdown, a drastic slowdown compared to last year. So it's something that we need to be mindful of as startups, especially if you're raising money going into the next year or this year. And then for seed and pre-seed and angel investment for the same Q4 2022, there's the total investment was about $3 billion, which is down 37% year over year from the previous year, same quarter of the last year, which is Q4 2021, and just compared to Q3 2022, it was down 18%. So there's a slowdown even in early stages like seed, pre-seed, and those.
So, I guess, sure, they are scaling down, which means they're going to get a little picky.
Yeah, they're going to get a little picky, and also they're going to, the other thing I heard was a lot of VCs, especially the ones that have some darling companies and other investments in their portfolio, which are probably not their favorites, but they still invested, thinking about the future. They're trying to still invest, but they're trying to protect their darling companies, the most attractive companies in their portfolio, by cushioning them with extra cash for the next 2 years. So that way, they're not running out of capital because they see a larger return on investment on those in the future, and they don't want those companies to go out of business. But at the same time, they're probably not investing extra money into the other portfolio companies down the run, which they're even, I mean, I heard that some VCs are even okay to let them fail. If they fail, they fail, because they're not too worried about those companies as much as.
So, from a strategic standpoint, for somebody trying to raise capital, when it was nice and rosy versus now, what would you recommend should be, where should be the focus be so that you get that attention? I know you mentioned metrics.
Yeah.
So maybe that.
Yeah, metrics is definitely one. So I would say, I mean, for general startups, I would say, I mean, there's, again, for each startup and each industry, it's going to be a different approach. But for in general, if we want to speak, I think one thing is all the startups should probably try to focus on their core competency, and because a lot of startups, when money is easy, I mean, they try to build a lot of features, experiment a lot of things in the market, and then try to focus on where they want to go. But I think the focus now should be more on the core and essential features rather than, and culling down all these other nice to have features, because that takes away a lot of their attention onto these core features. And also maybe doing aggressive measuring and validation loop, trying to measure like what's working, why is it working, what is not working, why is it not working, and then trying to validate whether that's going to be a good product fit in the market or not, and things like that, much more early than earlier, when we had the luxury of experimenting a little bit more, because not just because the funding is getting tight, it's also because the economy as a whole is becoming tight, and we've been seeing even businesses and enterprises also cutting down their spending, which is not to try newer products at this time. And some businesses have already started doing that, especially in the auto industry. They have started looking ahead of things, and they've been seeing that. I know housing may also be next, if I understand the trends, because that is where a lot of people also cut down on, because especially the interest rates and interest rates are very high, and inflation is also high, and people are not trying to get mortgages at this time that they would rather have 2 years back. Customers are cutting down on spending on housing, and anything that has to do with mortgages, housing, autos, and all those things, which are high spending areas for typically. And so the industry also is responding to that by kind of like cutting down on deploying new kind of technology into their portfolio in their company. So real estate companies and also automotive companies are now tightening their spending around deploying new technology and things like that. So if that is the case, then startups not just getting funding from VCs, there's also the sales that is going to become a lot more tighter. So that's why I think closing sales faster is one solution, but then that's not practical always, because as much fast we want to close, the business doesn't want to close at the same rate, right? So that's something that we need to be mindful of, and especially on the other side, if there's a consumer startup that is looking at more how many users can we acquire and things like that, and typically a lot of those kind of companies could, in the past, potentially push the pricing strategies a little later in the game by acquiring more customers and then introducing pricing strategies. Maybe they need to pull that pricing models ahead of time and start, maybe either a smaller freemium period or a trial period, or charging them upfront, or doing some kind of advertising, or if it is basically an advertising kind of business, doing advertising ahead of the initial plan. So yeah, various strategies for various startups, but I think all the startups need to be a little cognizant, because even a lot of VCs are also telling, for those startups that have money, don't spend that money like you used to. Keep that buffer for a runway for almost 18 months, or even on one of the podcasts that I heard, I think they suggested having the buffer till 2025. So that's even insane, right? I mean, 2 years of buffer is like, especially for a high growth startup, it's hard to keep that runway. And also with a lot of companies laying off employees, I mean, that's another. Even in startups, we'll also see. I know we have heard about big companies laying off employees, and even I think Salesforce is also looking at laying off another second round of employees, which is not very often that Salesforce does. But if Salesforce is doing that, I think we can see a lot of other companies also following suit. So that's another thing. And then longer sales cycles, as you mentioned. I mean, some of the B2B companies already look at longer cycles, but now the sales cycles are going to be even longer. So that's another thing to be cognizant of. And the way forward, I mean, some of the things we talked about. In addition to that, I mean, there's also, as startups, we need to look at, if we already have products in the market and generating some revenue, looking at maybe resizing the team, or because most of the startups at this early stage usually rely on contractors and things like that. So if there's a chance to kind of like, instead of having like subject matter expert contractors working in your team, maybe consolidating them into maybe one generalist, for some roles, and specialists. And specialists are very valuable, but at the same time they cost more. But generalists can do a lot more things, not just confined to one particular technology or topic, but they can do a lot more. Maybe there's ways where we can resize the team, or if we cannot resize the team, maybe refit the team, so we can get more out of the existing capacity that we have. And extend runway, product market fit that we talked about, and also for startups that are working in technology space, maybe instead of trying to fly solo, maybe look at partnerships where you can collaborate with other companies, or maybe tag on to certain ecosystems. Like maybe if you're developing for enterprises, look at platforms like Salesforce Marketplace, or Oracle's marketplaces, and see if putting your app on those marketplaces can ride on the coattails of larger ecosystems than trying to sell and try to be solo and try to accomplish everything by your own product's merit. Maybe there's places where you can partner with other companies or collaborate, or even ride on the coattail of other companies, right? So various strategies to think about. And again, I mean, none of us here are experts in everything, so we don't have a silver bullet for every issue out there. So it's a collective thing that we all need to think about. Just to round up, and I also wanted to talk about some tools and technology trends in 2023. But I know we just have maybe, or we may even be running out of time now. So I'll just talk about a couple of notable things. For a lot of new startups that are trying to build their own things, especially in the software space, these days there's a lot of no-code and low-code solutions where you can just kind of build generic softwares, SaaS software or other kind of software by plugging in a lot of existing no-code tools. You can use things like Airtable for your data storage. You can use Zapier kind of tools to do the integrations. And maybe HubSpot for your marketing and CRM systems. Something like Canva for your marketing slide and things like that. And all these, there's a lot of tools out there that you can use. If you're building mobile apps, there's Adalo, and for web apps, there's Webflow and Bubble and all these things, right? So there's a lot of tools out there that we can use to kind of stitch things, even if you're not experts in technology. It takes a little bit of learning and to stitch those things and build a product. So I know there's one startup that we talked to a few days back that we were trying to just partner with, and we heard that they're actually running a AI-driven bookkeeping service for companies, and we were surprised to hear that. I mean, they have like 300 customers on their platform, and we were surprised to hear that their main backend is Airtable. That's it, and they weren't running a big database or anything. I mean, most of their system is, they don't have a CRM. Airtable is basically their CRM, right? So if a company like that is able to get 300 customers and grow as fast as they're growing, there's no reason people that are just starting out have to build a lot of the technology by themselves, right? So other than that, there's AI, which is now coming into, we're coming into the, I would say, the second phase of the AI technology ecosystem now. The first phase was all mostly, behind closed doors. People working on hardcore modeling, hardcore, data processing, and all these things that used to be confined to the data science teams or the machine learning teams and artificial intelligence teams within the companies or within academia. But now we are seeing more general purpose AI tooling coming into place. Things becoming more and more easier for other companies to build upon, and we've seen things like ChatGPT that a lot of people here have heard about. How better it is becoming at all these generalized AI implementations. So there's a lot of scope, I would say, for new companies to be built. I think I would say, we're in the cusp of a revolutionary leap, just like how back in 2008, 2009 timeframe, there was a revolutionary leap into all the mobile space, which kickstarted the last decade of innovative companies. Now I think we are on the cusp of another great leap in the amount of companies that will be building upon all these AI initiatives that are coming out from Microsoft, OpenAI, and all these other innovative companies. So a lot of people can experiment and check out what other things they can build on top of these things. So that's one space that people can think about, like people that have a lot of ideas, like all the founders here, to see what they can do, right? And generative AI is becoming one of the hot topics. And ping me on LinkedIn or Meetup, or I think Meetup's messaging system is trash. Sometimes sometimes the messages come through, sometimes they don't come through. Sometimes I get notifications, sometimes I don't. So I would say LinkedIn probably is your best bet. And if not, my email, you can put suman.poluri, suman.poluri, and I'll put it on meetup.com as well, on the Meetup page for the event, so you can check it out there. So suman.poluri@lendamo.com, that was one of my previous startups. So, but anyway, I'll put that in there. So yeah, thank you all for coming today, and it was a real pleasure. I know you wanted to ask something.
Yeah, I was just asking if you have any resource recommendation for registering a company in Austin. Like, a lot of people prefer it in some other state, some people do it in Austin, Texas. Do you have any resource or recommendation on that?
I think the general advice I heard is that if you are planning to raise capital pretty soon, or maybe in the next year or so. I would say go down the full path of creating a Delaware C corp, and then opening a Texas foreign. I think register as a Texas foreign entity and do it that way. But the downside is that comes with extra, taxation, and also the extra burden of maintaining all those things. You need to pay the franchise tax in Delaware. I mean, if you have revenue coming in, you have to. In Delaware, you have to pay $400 or something like that franchise tax, regardless whether you have revenue or not. In Texas, if you don't have revenue, or until $10 million of revenue, I think you don't need to pay any franchise tax, so you're saved there. But still, that's an additional burden, like paying for a registered agent there in Delaware, the taxes there, and also paying for a registered agent here in Texas and all those things. If you're unsure whether you're going to go down that path of raising funding in the next 1 year or so, I would say just do a regular LLC here in Texas, much easier, and the taxation is also, LLC has pass-through taxation, so it comes on your income, regular income tax. You don't have to file a separate company tax and all those things.
Because you can always, like, when you raise the capital, you can always reorganize it, right?
Yeah,
So until then, why pay the extra tax?
Yeah, when you raise that capital, I mean, they'll help you with all the things. Yeah, the investors will help you with all those things, and they'll tell you how to create a Delaware C corp and all those things. So
this is something an individual can do by him or herself.
yeah. So
LegalZoom.
Yeah, LegalZoom is a great
It's
place.
the best.
And I think there's also a company in Austin called Zen Business, which really recently raised, I think, 100 million or more, I guess. So they're becoming a big competitor as well. Yeah.
So you don't actually need to like go to like a lawyer or anything. Like
Yeah.
LegalZoom will do it, and then they also have services like accountants and whatever.
Mhm.
And how long does it take for you to get the certificate? Like, what's it?
A few weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks or
But
something.
the key is you can do it online. You don't have to actually talk to anyone.
Yeah, I think the only thing you probably need is a bank account, for a business bank account, so.
No, you actually don't.
No, I think the business bank account, the reason we need to have it is, I mean, at least when I say need, there's a difference between need and, must. So basically, the reason it is recommended is because the fact that LLC is that limited liability corporation, right? So the liability piece is what it protects you from.
Yeah.
So having a business bank account separate from your personal expenses will protect you from that. So what they call, again, I'm not a lawyer, so but what I was advised is that to maintain that liability, the wheel of liability, you need to maintain your personal and your professional or the company expenses separately. I mean, even if you have an LLC and a business bank account, but you still mix some things on in your personal and business expenses through that bank account, the wheel of liability can be pierced through the arguments in court and things like that. And if they are able to prove that there's no distinction between your business and a personal, then you are liable for your assets, right? So
if you're pre-revenue,
yeah, if
you're good. Like the LegalZoom or LLC will not require you to
yeah,
do that.
it doesn't require you. Yeah,
but
that's true.
That is good advice.
That's a good
the
advice.
moment
Like,
there is
yeah.
revenue.
So especially whenever you have that, whenever you see that you're going to get substantial revenue. I mean, be careful about that because
You gotta
that's
keep them separate.
a really important aspect.
And then, like, on the books, it is passed through.
Yeah, you don't need to file a separate income tax or anything like that for LLC. You just
It's perfect.
pretty easy from that standpoint. So, any other questions before we disperse?
LegalZoom is actually an awesome company.
First Monday of the month?
Yes, first Monday of the month. So the next one we'll have in I think Feb 6th or something like that. So whatever it is, but yeah. And we'll have it in the same room again. So there's a new room, and by that time, hopefully, I'll get a backup HDMI connector in case their AirPlay doesn't work. So, which unfortunately didn't work today. But yeah, thanks for your patience in not having the presentation today. But Yeah, thank you all for coming today and contributing to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And all the best to all of your companies. And if you have any updates, do let me know, and I'll share it with the team.
I appreciate it. Great job. Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I've got plenty of questions, but I know it's getting late.
Yeah, I think we need to go out of the room by in the next 15 minutes because they'll be closing the doors and
Gotcha,
we don't
gotcha.
want to get stuck here.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, so Austin startups. Facebook? Yeah, Austin startups. Okay. Yeah, that's the Facebook group. So there's two Facebook groups with that name. So the one with the larger membership, like 32,000 members or something like that, so that's the one you'll find better.
Local in Austin or like Upwork? I can do it Upwork, right?
You mean,
You familiar with Upwork?
Yeah.
So is this Facebook?
Oh, no. So these groups are just for discussion groups mostly, but there's another Facebook group called Austin Digital Jobs.
Thank you.
Where Austin Digital Jobs is another Facebook group where you can post, your jobs there, and people can see the jobs that you posted.
Austin startups and Austin digital jobs.
Yeah, Austin Digital Jobs. Okay. And if you're familiar with AngelList.
AG or Angel?
No, AngelList.
AngelList?
So, not the Angels List. Angels List is a completely different thing. So AngelList is where all startups post their information and things like that. So I think they recently rebranded to Well-Found, I think. So I can maybe shoot me a message on LinkedIn and I can share some of the details.
Right.
So they have a AngelList Jobs. It used to be called, now it is called Well-Found. So that's where you can post jobs for your startup, and people can, and you can say, I'm willing to pay this much in equity and this much in salary, or purely in equity or purely in salary,
Project, yeah.
however you want, and then you can find out
Sure.
from there too.
Right, cool. Yeah, I try Upwork and they work out well.
Yeah.
People from everywhere, and when
Yeah.
they offer the job, I'm busy. For some local, we can interact,
Yeah.
especially on something with
Mhm.
we visualize.
Yeah, especially for your use case, it's better to have someone in person to kind of like do that prototyping, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and then Capital Factory is, I don't know if you're a member here in Capital Factory, but Capital Factory also has a big reach in Austin ecosystem. So you can either talk to one of the Capital Factory members and say that, hey, I'm a startup, I'm doing this, and if not, let's talk on LinkedIn, and or maybe offline. And what I can do is I have access to Capital Factory Slack group where I can say, hey, Zui is looking for some
yeah, usually go
expertise
to
in this.
these meetups and there's a lot of people coming in and looking for a job or someone offering a job. And
Yeah.
just shout out, people come, hey, I'm looking for that.
Yeah. So
Cool.
all right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
I really appreciate your insights. I had a question about when you mentioned something about those
Let's keep going and
the pitches at Microsoft West. Like, how does that work? And is that